Oakley dokley. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to recreate another painting by another of my favorite artists. We're going to be looking at Raphael once again, and we are going to complete this famous painting, the Sistine Madonna, of which we did a portion of previously, the putti, or the angels, the winged angels, that are at the bottom of this painting. So the actual original painting looks like this, and there's its placement in the museum in Dresden. And previously we painted just the little angels that are at the very bottom of the painting. And so today we are going to paint the top part of this painting. So just before we run in, let's just take a look at the plan for this artwork. We're going to get an image on the canvas. We're going to stain it with a little bit of color. And then we're going to talk a little bit about Raphael's biography. Obviously, we did a previous episode just last month on Raphael, so there's not a lot new stuff I want to say, but maybe a little bit more specific about the history of the painting after it was finished, because that's quite interesting as well. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time getting the clouds and things in, and then we're going to spend most of our time painting the baby Jesus and his mom, the Madonna. And this is going to take some time. This is going to be a 4, 5, 6 hour long episode. That's why I schedule it nice and early in the morning. So I got all day to work on it. So some of you are going to be painting with me before bed, and then wake up and I'll still be here painting away. But I've been thinking about this painting for years, and it's a goal of mine to complete it. So let's get right to it. As always, one way to help support this channel is with just by liking a video, subscribing to the channel, hitting the notification bell. So over the past week, there's been almost 40,000 views on the channel and 400 new subscribers, which is great. All of those are great. But just goes to show you, 40,000 people watch the channel, 400 people subscribe to the channel. So you can do the math, and you know, it would transform my life if even just double that 800 people subscribe to the channel after watching. So if you're not a subscriber already, that would be awesome if you did that. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you like what happens here, you find the community interesting, consider leaving $1, $5 through PayPal. There's the link down below for that. You can donate through Super Chat while we're live, although YouTube takes like 50% of whatever you donate, versus PayPal takes like 1% or something. You can also send an e-transfer via email, or contact me through my email to send a check in the mail. My email is not here on YouTube because I get spammed already so much. It's on my website. You can click on the links down below and go to my website. You can find it there, or on the Facebook group. So there's a awesome Facebook group which will load up eventually. Okay. Well, let's see. There's a portrait someone in the class did of me. And so for every one of these episodes, I write a little introduction, and so you can read that. And also on that Facebook group, you can post whatever artwork you've been working on, whether it's you've been painting the Sistine Madonna or the Putti, the winged angels at the bottom of this painting. Upload it to the Facebook group, and usually about once every 5 weeks or so, I go through everything that's on the Facebook group, drawings and paintings, and give free feedback to anybody who wants it, right? So that, because we're all here to learn, and I want to help people become better artists. So if you want to participate in that, join the Facebook group and upload your work to the group. So let's jump into our first step here. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to do is look for the carbon paper. Michael, what have you done here? There we go. Okay. And we're going to do a image transfer here. So what you can do is you can download this template from the Dropbox. Now, of course, you could draw this out all by yourself. But there is a Dropbox folder, and in the Dropbox folder, maybe I'll just go back here. You'll see that there's, the very top of this folder, I think it's the second link in the description below. You'll see a whole bunch of these links here for all the basic materials to get started with acrylic painting. And then there's another 50 folders that are really basic paintings that a lot of beginners can tackle. Some are a little bit more complex than others. But then you scroll down here, we've got like, 200 other folders of a little bit more complex artwork. And here we are with Raphael number 164. And you'll see there's a lot of images in here. We have the Putti, the angels here, these last 3 files. And then the painting that we're working on today is right here, these 3. You'll see that there's 2 versions of the outline. There's a PDF and a JPEG version. All right, so there's the original painting, and then there's the outline that I did on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. Right, and there's the previous painting and the outline I did for that as well. So you've got all those materials. You can download this onto your desktop and print it out with your inkjet printer at home. And then once you've got that printed out, we're going to apply it onto a 9x12 sized canvas panel. Now, or canvas board. Excuse me. And usually these come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, I give it a little sanding, 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso. And the reason I'm holding it upside down here is you can see how the paint sort of drips off on the back. That might be your only indication that there's anything that's happened to it. After it dries overnight, I sand it with some, again, 100 grit sandpaper and get a nice smooth surface. And when we're doing details like this, we want to have a smoother surface. Or at least I do, because it's going to make my life easier trying to get into all those little details. So right now I'm just looking at what is this, like where the face is going to be. Where is is it smoother here or here? I think that's going to do it. My daughter was sick all week long from school. So that's why we didn't have an episode on Tuesday, because I was taking care of her and got lots of wonderful snuggles all week long. But that means that I myself got a little bit sick too, and you can see I'm still a little bit congested. And I've got a bit of an eye infection too, so that's why I'm wearing my glasses. Or as my 4-year-old daughter likes to say, glasses. Glasses. Or actually, she kind of, well, she says it like that sometimes, but she also says it like the little boy in The Shining, glasses. Glasses. You know, like the little boy says, red rum, red rum. So, it's like glasses. So, I'm a lucky guy. I got a beautiful daughter who's a little cuddle bunny. And so staying home all week long, cuddling on the couch. Can't complain. So I'm not going to do every one of these folds. There's a lot of folds. My goal, again, with all of these paintings is not a perfect reproduction. Some sort of, I'm not trying to create a painting that could be slipped under the arms of a thief and then put onto the wall of the museum in Dresden while somebody else slips the original into their coat pocket. We're here just to learn, to practice using paints, and while we're practicing we get an opportunity to walk in the shoes of another artist for a short period of time. And there's a lot of details in this one. Oh boy, all this foot, I mean, oh my goodness. So I'm glad I'm wearing my glasses for this one here, so that I can see all these details as clear as possible. Sometimes when I'm doing these episodes and they're a little bit longer, because I usually wear my contacts, often kind of at the most critical time towards the end of a painting, my eyes start to go a little bit crossed when I'm wearing my contacts, and it's like, why eyes hast thou forsaken me? That's a little bit of foreshadowing to the story of Jesus, by the way. Just I'm being really clever right there, so just so you know. as clever as can be, which is not much, so I'll take my my dad jokes where I can fit them in. What do we have left? It's a good idea, and I should have done this earlier, just to every once in a while flip this up and be like, oh, okay, lines are indeed coming out onto the other side, because occasionally I've done this where I've gotten the carbon paper upside down, and then you flip it around and be like, oh yeah, there's literally nothing there. It's all on the back side of the photocopy or the printout. Oh my goodness, all these little fingers. I don't know, Jesus. We'll see how much detail we can get in here, my little man. Okay. Let's look at the original here for a moment. So obviously I've photoshopped out the two characters on the side here. This is Pope Sixtus II, or Saint Sixtus, and Barbara. Two kind of martyred early Christian figures. Oh, that's part of his what would you call this? His cape? Okay. So yeah, maybe I don't need to do that. I'll just eliminate this here. Okay, more clouds. We'll do all that later on. There's no point in doing all that right here. But I think those are the major clouds. Okay. Let's double check that we're not missing a finger or a belly button or something. Here we got all that. So I'm just kind of quickly scanning the original. The major folds in here, the most important ones for my purpose. Yeah, all that I can paint in. Yeah, good enough for government work, as my grandfather always used to say. Which, you know, I think I know what that means, but ever since I first mentioned that to me 40 years ago, it's always kind of pleasantly perplexed me. Okay. Whew. Let's move on. Oh, look at all the people in the chat here. Wow, there's Pascaline and Ari and Senga. Okay, let me see. Anybody got a question for me? There's Pascaline says bonjour, and Ari says good morning, good evening. Senga, hi Michael, hi everyone. Pascaline says I can't paint in a moment as my dogs and work take all my time, but I'm going to keep watching. Ari says I'm going to be painting the Mars rover today, but I'm also watching live. Raphael's above my abilities right now. Well, you know, that Mars rover's got some complicated stuff going on there too. So every painting has its challenges, right? Which is, I think, a good thing, right? I personally think every painting we make should be a little bit of a challenge to push us a little bit out of our comfort zone. It's like, you know, if you go to the gym to work out, you know, you want to get stronger every time. So you're maybe just pushing yourself just a little bit beyond what you did last time. Otherwise, you're just plateauing, right? And generally you want to, you know, so every painting, I think it's even hard to make a painting that doesn't have a challenge to it, right? And sometimes it's, I found like the challenge can be working on a painting and staying interested on that painting, especially if you're doing a series of paintings, like working on my graphic novel, right? It's like, how do you work on a project for 5 years and maintain interest in it throughout that entire time? Senga says, you sound chesty, Michael. Make sure you got the heating on. Yes, yeah, I got my daughter's cold, and I got some, what is this, the some kind of vitamin water here. I got my teas, I got some cough medicine here. Senga's moving house right now. Oh my goodness, moving right now. My goodness. San Raza says, can you tell me how you approach hands while drawing? Oof. Well, I did do a whole, at least 2 episodes here on this channel as part of my drawing course on how to draw hands. And there's one, I think, is just basically the basic structure of the hand. And then there's another one, like more dynamic hands, how to draw hands, you know, that are doing more complex things, right? Like, you know, so drawing hands in a bunch of these different positions like that. So, I mean, I could start talking about this and explaining things, but I'd probably be doing a bit of a disservice to it, because I want to try to paint this painting is the priority today. And so I'd kind of rush through it, versus, again, there's 2 hour-and-a-half long episodes maybe explaining exactly all the questions you might have about how to draw hands. And so that link to the free drawing course, it's totally free here on YouTube. I recorded it, I don't know, 3.5, 4 years ago, probably almost 4 years ago now, at the beginning of the pandemic. And I don't know, there's maybe 500,000-600,000 views of that course. So I think people found it to be interesting and useful. So that might be worth checking out. And there's Pascal there. Hi, Pascal. And says, yeah, the painting of Michelangelo's hands, that might be good too. Yeah. And Senga, same thing. Watch the drawing courses. Hassan says, don't worry, I'll watch the video. Awesome. Okay, great. So, let's move to the next step here. I've got my touchpad here is on the side, on my left side here. Usually it's on my right side, but was out of battery power, of course, right before we started. So, kind of doing everything with my left hand today. Senga says, definitely a must-watch. Thank you, Senga. I got to put you on the payroll. You're a great promoter. I appreciate that. Okay. So, our second step, after we've got an image on the canvas, is to apply an Imprimatura. And the Imprimatura is a stain on the canvas with some color that gets the painting started, right? Imprimatura literally means like the first layer of paint, or the first stain, or the priming layer, right? So, and speaking of, Raphael, this idea of the Imprimatura was really popularized by artists like Raphael. And this goes, so we're talking about using a technique that is over 500-600 years old. It existed a little bit before that, but it was really popularized by the Renaissance artists as they started moving from painting on walls onto, and then they were painting on panels, but when they started painting on canvas, like today's artwork, would have been really one of the first great canvas paintings in art history. And when you're painting on fabric, you probably want to maybe recreate a little bit of the color of wood. And so we'll talk about that here as we go. So maybe before we talk about what colors and things I'm going to use, or how to get that Imprimatura, let's talk about the colors that I want to use. So the method we're going to use is what we call a split primary palette. So that means we use 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white. And you can use black, but we can also mix our own black from these 6 colors. We just need 3 of them to mix our own black. And I think that's kind of magical. Now, the brand of paint that I use, which you do not have to use, is these Amsterdam paints. And I'm about to use this warm yellow as my Imprimatura. If there's anything left, there we go. I'll just put some on my palette as we go. Now, you don't need to use this paint. I'm just going to use this Azo Yellow Deep for my Imprimatura. But you could use, let's say, golden paint instead. Golden is a little bit more expensive. Well, but basically twice as much. Like a tube of paint like this from Amsterdam costs about maybe $12, $13 American and about $15 to $18 Canadian. And I think it's the best bet in terms of price for paint. Golden is better, but again, it's at least twice the price. And so I'm going to shuttle through a whole bunch of other brands that you could use instead. That will get you good results. And here's the paints from each of these brands that I would suggest you use to get the similar effects that I'm gunning for over here. Do this with 2 hands at the same time. Can I do it? Is my brain big enough? How coordinated am I? Not very is the lesson of the day. Not very coordinated. That's what the people say. Now, I haven't used all of these paints, but here's a couple that I have used that I do not recommend. And that's the Museum Color and the Peebo. And the reason why I don't like these paints is because, like every paint, basically, they add a titanium white in there as a filler in order to make cheaper paint appear to be a little bit more opaque. And that means, but these ones put too much white paint in, and that excess of titanium white means it's impossible for us to mix a black as I like to do it, and as I will do today. So that's very frustrating because it just turns into like a gray. And so if you want to do what I'm doing, maybe using these colors, which I have used, and so I can tell you that they're maybe not as effective for what I'm doing here. But if you're painting a lot of pastel scenes, like maybe you're doing a lot of Impressionist painting, and the Impressionists almost never used black, then you could probably get away with both of these brands, because the Impressionists used a lot of white, and they mixed a lot of white into their paint, so these would be perfect for doing a lot of Impressionist painting. So if you already have them and you're like, ah, man, I bought these paints and they're junk, well, just pump the brakes. You can still use them, but just maybe not as effective. Okay, so what am I doing? Gotta get my bearings. Okay, so here's my Azo Yellow Deep, my warm yellow, and you can see my my highly scientific method here of adding water to my paint. This is the only time I add water to my acrylic paints. There's no law against it, but it's not recommended by probably the manufacturers of acrylic paint, nor by most artists. The thing is, just think about to make an acrylic painting, you know, or to clean your acrylic brushes, or to clean your brushes after you've been painting with acrylics, you use water, right? That's one of the great advantages that acrylic paint has over oil paint. Although I know they've recently come out with water-soluble oil paint, which sounds like jumbo shrimp. You know, like, what? How does that work? It exists. I haven't actually ever used it before. It sounds like some sort of miracle substance that they would use on the space station. But it's one of my goals. One of these days I'll buy a set of them, and maybe we'll experiment here on an episode and just see what that's like. But that adding water to this acrylic, it helps it absorb into the gesso, this white ground that's on the surface that was applied before I opened the jar. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. You can tell I'm a little delirious because I'm both a little bit under the weather, and also I've been spending my entire week with a 4-year-old. That's been my main human contact over the past week. So my brain's still a little bit in dad mode here, so buckle up, folks. We're in for probably 7 hours of dad jokes. Told by a dad who's maybe not quite fully there because, well, maybe for a lot of reasons, but because he's kind of semi-sick. So there will probably be the pun quotient will be quite high likely today. I find myself doing lots of puns while I'm being a dad. I don't know what it is with puns and fatherhood. I don't know what that is. Pascal says, "Yay, dad jokes." 7 Placebo Eyes says, "I've watched 13 lessons of your drawing course. Thank you. I've improved so much." That's so cool. Thank you for saying so. I really appreciate that. Ari says, "I hope your daughter's doing better." You're so full of talents, Michael. Painting, drawing, and singing. Oh, well, I appreciate that. The singer says, "You've been singing a lot of lullabies to your daughter. I hope she feels better." She is better. Not 100% better, but better, which is great. Okay. So let's what are we gonna do next? Let's choose a direction here, and okay, so let's take a little moment while this dries to talk a little bit about Raphael and his biography, and really more specifically about this painting. Okay. So, Raphael is born in 1483 and dies in 1520 at the young age of 37 years old. And you can see this is back in the time where maybe keeping track of dates was less important, so we don't know if he was born the end of March or the beginning of April, somewhere around there. I did a full episode where I probably talked for an hour on the biography of Raphael back in December. So I'm not going to rehash that whole thing here. What's the short paragraph long story is Raphael. His father was a court painter, and for one of the kind of local kings, back in the day where there was like lots of kings all over the place. And so the young Raphael spent a lot of time in a very small circle of highly educated, very powerful people, hanging out with his dad, who would be painting not just the king, but his, all the people hanging around the king, right? The king's family, etc. And so that gave that little boy an opportunity to see kind of how power works. He saw the sausage being made, as some might say, right? And that served him well throughout his entire career. In fact, it became kind of also one of the main criticisms of Raphael, that Raphael was the long story short is a lot of people see Raphael as being, or at least at the time especially, Raphael as a hack, as a mediocre artist who was a incredible social climber that understood how influence and commissions worked in the art world, and was able to navigate his way through those complex relationships to steadily rise up through the ranks. And the reason why he was given so many really important commissions wasn't because of the quality of his work. It was just because he knew how to get his feet into the right doors of power. And I'm sure that there was some truth to that. Really, one of the great rivals to Raphael was his frenemy, and eventually became bitter rivals with Michelangelo and also the older Leonardo, both of whom were painting at the same time as Raphael, but they saw that this younger artist kind of come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, within a few years, being given all the most important commissions by the Pope in the Vatican in Rome, where, so at the time that Michelangelo, who was a really one of the greatest sculptors of all time, Michelangelo was hired by the Pope to paint the ceiling of the room that was right kind of basically behind this painting in the Vatican. And that room was the former stables to the Pope. And so Michelangelo gets called to Rome and told, okay, we want you to paint the ceiling. And Michelangelo is like, what? I'm a sculptor. I don't do paintings. I've done a few. I learned it in school, basically. But I can make you a gorgeous, incredible sculpture. Why do you want me to paint the ceiling? And part of the rumor about that was that Bramante, another rival, you can see there's a lot of little fighting ants here, put forth Michelangelo's name, hoping that Michelangelo would fail at painting the Sistine Chapel and then be basically kicked out of any other future commissions by the Pope. Obviously, we know that didn't happen. Michelangelo rose to the occasion, painted this incredible painting on the ceiling of the barn of the Pope's, where the Pope kept his horses, and all of a sudden the Pope is like, well, I guess we can't keep the horses in here anymore. We're going to have to turn this into something else, right? And then it becomes this really important chapel. When they decide who the new Pope is, they do that inside the Sistine Chapel, and all of the various different priests gather in that room, and that's where they make their decision as to who will eventually become the Pope. So Michelangelo single-handedly transformed that space into like the arguably maybe second most important part of the entire Vatican, besides maybe the interior of St. Peter's Basilica. But anyway, while Michelangelo is painting the ceiling of the barn, all of a sudden Raphael, this kid, comes from nowhere and is given the opportunity to paint this mural and 3 other ones in this room in the Pope's personal library. And so you can imagine Michelangelo climbing up and down that scaffold for 4 years every day, up and down these, oh my goodness, climbing up there, painting on his back. Probably one of the most physically demanding art works that was ever created by really, mostly he painted almost entirely by himself. And he comes down every day before and after work, and he sees Raphael hanging out with the Pope. Hey, how's it going? Did you see that soccer game on Saturday? Wow, that was amazing. Here, who should I paint in here, right? Because this is the school of Athens, and this is intended to be all of the great people throughout classic history, like Aristotle and Plato and all of the great thinkers of ancient Athens. But obviously those people had died a couple thousand years before this painting was done, so Raphael is like, well, okay, who wants to be Aristotle? Anybody want to? Okay, you with that beard, come over here, I'm going to paint your portrait, right? So he's painting all of these people in the role of all these different folks in this is probably Raphael's, arguably his most famous work besides this painting, although this painting is very memorable, today's painting, because of the angels, but most people don't even know that these angels are part of this painting, because this is arguably one of the 20 most reproduced images in human history, and most people don't realize it's part of today's painting. It's at the very bottom of the painting. And as part of the little description that I wrote about Raphael on Facebook, I wrote a little bit about how Raphael is this really interesting artist that is, one of the most recognizable names in art history. And I honestly, part of that is due to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles naming 4 of the characters after Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael. And no joke, probably if the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles hadn't come about, would as many people today know who Raphael is? The honest question. Because Raphael, as I said, was this is Raphael's father's artwork. Again, so just showing you that Raphael came from an artistic family. His mother and father died relatively young, and Raphael was sort of forced to take over the family business. Basically, I think at like 11 or 12 years old, and by 17 was considered to be a master, right? So he was a kind of a child prodigy. So Raphael, I think because Raphael took over his father's business at a really young age, and saw how his father kind of managed people, Raphael himself became a really good manager. He became a really good director. and he was able to oversee large groups of craftspeople to help him create his paintings. So again, like Michelangelo was not a good delegator of responsibilities. Michelangelo painted the entire Sistine Chapel all by himself. He had a few people helping him build and move the scaffold and maybe mix some of his paints, etc., and maybe help him enlarge his drawings and transfer them onto the ceiling, etc. But Michelangelo was like, I gotta do this all myself. I don't trust any of you idiots to help me. Whereas Raphael, he was really good at being able to hire people, train people, and delegate responsibilities. And so he was able to get a lot of work done fast and on time and on budget. So Raphael was like an exceptional business person. And that did not make people like Michelangelo and Leonardo very happy, because especially Leonardo was like the worst. Leonardo was like the cliche embodiment of an artist, like somebody who starts stuff and never finishes anything. He's starts something, loses interest, and moves on to something else, leaving all this unfinished work all over the place. Starts things and wants to experiment with all these different materials. Things start falling apart, and like as I've said many times, the famous Last Supper, it was falling off the wall as Leonardo was painting it, and then eventually he's like, okay, I'm done. This is ridiculous, and moves on, right? And all the little friars because basically the Last Supper was in the cafeteria of this friary in Milan, and it's like falling apart. You can imagine all these little friars. There's the kitchen under the doorway, coming out with their trays, and little flakes of paint fall into their soup, and they're like, is the painting supposed to fall into my soup there? Like, okay, I'll just pick out some of these flakes of cadmium and mercury, all these poisonous substances that have, and then they sit down, and Leonardo's, oh yeah, I'm gonna fix all that, and I'm gonna just finish this. And then once he got it all, he just ghosted them all, right? So Raphael was like the opposite. Raphael was like, so you just put yourself into a position of people, of like the Pope or other people who were commissioning art back in the day. You could hire Michelangelo, or you could hire Leonardo, but both of those artists, are they going to finish anything? Are they going to do it on time? Are they going to do a good job? I don't know. Maybe they could create the greatest artwork ever created, or maybe you don't get anything. I don't know. So you have that option of like choosing a great artist who may or may not finish anything, and it might go triple the budget, take 5 extra years, right? But again, it could be one of the greatest things of all time. Or you could hire Raphael, who you're going to get something incredible, it's going to get done on time, and it's going to come in on budget. It might not be as great as what Leonardo or Michelangelo could do, but you're going to get something that's going to be pretty good. I mean, here's a Raphael painting. I mean, it's not like you're getting like you have a choice between McDonald's and your local steakhouse. It's like you've got 2 pretty good steakhouse. One that's, you don't know, is it going to be the best steak ever made, or maybe might not be. Or can you go somewhere where it's going to be absolutely dependable? You're going to get a good steak. I don't know why I'm saying steak, because I've been a vegetarian for 10 years. But, but that was the thing with Raphael, is that Raphael was just a business person. He was a social climber. He was a hack. He had all these people helping him. It wasn't really, he would just hire the good people to do the precise things. Hire somebody who's really good. Speaking of hands earlier, who could do hands really well. Hire somebody who's really good at trees and skies. And so Raphael wouldn't be the only person working on these paintings. So this was the original papal library here. So here's the School of Athens. Here's this, and I can't remember what painting this is, but there's 4 of them in this room. And I remember when I was went to the Vatican, I think they were doing some construction, so it didn't look like this. I think maybe most of this room was sort of blocked off. They kept the School of Athens visible because it's, one of the most famous paintings in human history, so they have to kind of let people funnel by and see it. But I mean, look, these are just gorgeous. Raphael, was terribly maligned throughout the course of his life, because you had just a very catty little group of artists all fighting for the attention of the Pope, and Raphael was the Pope's favorite, right? So, and the Pope started giving Raphael all the great commissions, and everybody else was like, we gotta do something about this kid, he's like taking all the business. He's giving it to his, studio, and like, how are we ever going to get any work done with this kid around? Which, was one of the... When Raphael died at the young age of 37 years old, there was a lot of people who were really happy that he was gone. It's like, finally, okay, now we're going to get some work again. But there was also some people who were like, that seems oddly convenient that... the star artist of our time, who's taken all the work from all the other artists who arguably are better, right? It seems awfully convenient that the guy just keels over and dies. Interesting how that happened, right? So there were lots of rumors with Raphael swirling around during the course of his life, people suggesting all sorts of untoward things to explain how he rose to power so quickly. Like, what's going on behind closed doors that's leading Raphael to become so favored by the Pope, right? And you can use your imagination to basically anything you can imagine right now was what people were saying back then, right? So, so who knows, right? Raphael, because he died young, he didn't get a chance to really write his own biography, and so for really the past 500 years, all of the most salacious rumors spread by his enemies are the ones that sort of got written into the history books to explain Raphael's kind of career, which is super unfortunate. And a lot of those things have stuck for past 500 years. I mean, these are gorgeous paintings. Like, that's amazing. Like, this guy was like, again, he's like, what, in his maybe early 30s when he's doing a bunch of these here. So he's what, like 32 or something around there. Another thing that Raphael was excellent at was engraving. He was also a major pioneer in this is not an engraving by him, but he was also an early proponent of printmaking, basically, at a time where that was relatively new for artists anyway. An artist kind of at this level of you would have like so-called lesser artists do the prints, and you'd have the great artists do the paintings, but Raphael also did some prints too, which was like, oh, well, why don't you leave that to your crew? And Raphael's like, well, I kind of like doing some of this myself too, so let's kind of go through. I mean, this is a self-portrait of Raphael he did when he was a teenager, right? Like, oh my goodness. You look at this and you think, what have I been doing with my life? Oh my goodness. And there he's painted. This is a painting, a self-portrait of himself in the background of that School of Athens painting, right? So as I said, I mean, he included Leonardo and Michelangelo in the background of that artwork as well. And here's another art. People say this is a self-portrait of Raphael. I put that in the thumbnail for today's video as well. And then we come to today's painting. And maybe let's just take a moment just to quickly look at this. Oh, there's Lolly in the chat too. You guys talking about the Ninja Turtles. Raphael's the one with the twin Sai blades. You know, those little... Yeah. That's funny. That's great. Artists always confuse Raphael and Michelangelo. Now, are we talking about the Ninja Turtles, or are we talking about the artists? Lolly says, I feel like I'm learning so much about the Ninja Turtles today. Interesting. Okay, so just in terms of the Sistine Madonna, today's painting. So let me see what I want to get to our artwork today as quickly as possible to start painting. But kind of the long story short is that this painting was commissioned by the Pope to basically honor his uncle. So the current Pope at the time wanted some sort of painting to memorialize one of the earlier popes, his uncle Sixtus II, and basically commissioned Raphael to kind of create some sort of equivalency between his uncle and these important biblical figures like Jesus and the Madonna, Jesus's mom, right? And also another early martyred Christian figure, Barbara, here. Because also the Pope himself was also executed. And so by sort of including his uncle into this painting, it sort of creates like, wow, like this guy is right up there with Jesus and Mary. Like, wow, he must be like an important figure, right? I mean, he was sanctified. Is that what you call? And so made elevated to that plane. But here's the commission is to sort of eulogize them together into this one scene. And you can also see in the background here, it's maybe hard to see, but notice there's all of these souls of people, these little faces in the background. Now, I'm not going to paint all of that. That would just take forever to do. But it's just worth just sort of pointing out, because maybe some of you are like, I don't know if my coffee is bad this morning or what, but is it just me, or do I see little faces around here? So yes, there are little faces in the background here. I've talked about the angels in the previous artworks. I'm not going to rehash that. But during about 250 years after the painting was completed, it was sold to Augustus III of Poland, who was, a very, very, basically a king of like Prussia back in the day. And so it's relocated from probably was Rome, I guess at the time, but the monastery of San Sisto in Piacenza. So it's near northern Italy. Okay. But anyway, obviously they sold it from the monastery. The monastery was probably looking for some money, so they sold it. And it leaves Italy, goes to what is now Germany, and it finds its place in Dresden, and it becomes sort of like the greatest painting in Dresden, basically from the moment it arrives until even arguably today. Obviously, there was lots of great German painters, you would call it like the Northern Renaissance artists at the time, but this becomes kind of for Northern Renaissance painters, this is one of the first and arguably the best example of Southern Renaissance Italian artwork that they had maybe ever seen, right? So it becomes also kind of a bit of a pilgrimage. If you're an artist living in Poland or Germany, Netherlands, Switzerland or anything like that, you would do a little pilgrimage to come see this painting, because it's, besides going all the way to Rome, like when else are you going to get an opportunity to see a great artwork by a great Italian master? And so it becomes hugely influential to German artists for centuries. Like, it's highly influential to a number of artists who become known as the Romantics, the German Romantic period. Not only just painters, but like Caspar David Friedrich, but you have like authors like Goethe and Nietzsche, and also the composer Wagner, right? Who all become big fans. The Russian author Dostoevsky called this painting the greatest revelation of the human spirit, right? So you could see its power and its influence, becomes really important to a whole new community of artists, which is, I think, probably one of the saving graces for Raphael, is that this not poor, we don't have to Raphael did well, right? But again, in his home country, or I mean, Italy was a whole bunch of little countries, I guess, at the time, until very recently, in fact, but Raphael was kind of underappreciated by his fellow artists in Italy. So the fact that painting goes to Germany, it kind of escaped all of that negative backstabbing and stuff that was going on in Rome, and allowed it to kind of start a whole new life in a whole new place with artists that weren't familiar with all the baggage that was associated with Raphael, all of these negative rumors, probably 99% of which were entirely false, and it takes on a life of its own. Like the famous anarchist revolutionary author Mikhail Bakunin wrote that basically, when there was like a siege of Dresden at one point, was kind of an attempted revolution there, he said, we should take that painting off the wall, we'll take it to like the front lines, and we'll just put it there, and the soldiers, they'll just lay down their weapons, because they would be insane to fire at the Sistine Madonna. Like, they would just fall to their knees and be like, "Oh my goodness, what a glorious painting!" Which, I mean, the vision of it for me is hilarious. I mean, I'm sure that's what some of Bakunin's contemporaries were like. Mikhail, listen, put the wine down. That's not going to happen. We're not going to take the painting off the wall and take it to the front lines. No, the soldiers are not going to lay their guns down, because the painting is, on top of all of the the barricades. It's just no. Okay, why don't you go take a nap? That would be crazy. Um, then another kind. So then another kind of wild part of the history of this painting is during World War II. The painting, is obviously seen as like one of the great paintings, and prized by Hitler and the Nazis as a great example of kind of Aryan art. It's seen as something that artists in Germany should emulate, this figurative representational artwork. And so when the Soviets pushed through Eastern Europe and into Germany, the painting, which had been hidden away into a mountain tunnel, gets found by the Soviets and then brought back to Moscow and put on display as as a trophy of war in Moscow for 10 years. It's on display, and that was like a huge outrage to really basically everyone but the Russians saw this as like as kind of like a war crime in some way, right? Because back in the day, this was very common. When you invaded a country, you would loot it, you would take all of their great artwork, and you'd bring it back, and now it'd be in the Louvre, it would be in the British Museum, wherever it would go. But, around when we come into the 20th century, that's kind of looked at as being a big no-no. Like, yeah, you can go invade another country and kill all of its people, but you should leave all the artworks alone. Leave them there so when that poor people, downtrodden people, when they can kind of have some kind of cultural heritage to look up to as they rebuild. The Soviets didn't necessarily abide by that. They were just like, took all of this stuff, they suffered tens of millions of deaths trying to destroy the Hitler and the Nazis. And they felt like, what, this is a fair price. We're going to take all of the best stuff from all of your museums, and we're going to bring it back to Moscow. And this was the Sistine Madonna was seen as sort of like the greatest prize of all. And that was hugely controversial at the time, until finally they returned it to Dresden. Again, this was Eastern Germany, so it was still technically part of the Soviet Union. But it was yeah. So there's this whole kind of James Bond like story of the hiding of the painting by the Nazis during the end of World War II, to its discovery by the Soviets, to its removal to Moscow for a decade, and then its eventual return to Dresden, and then the Cold War, fall of the Soviet Union, and all that kind of stuff. So it's just kind of wild that a painting, created 500 years ago, continues to have this life, that it becomes part of this international espionage and the Cold War and all that kind of stuff. Just maybe lastly, just before I move on, as I said, Raphael died at age 37 under kind of mysterious circumstances, and many people see the death of Raphael as literally the end of the Renaissance, or the end of the High Renaissance, followed by, the sort of decline afterwards. I say that in air quotes, the decline, because not everybody sees it this way, but the decline from the Renaissance into the kind of into the Baroque period, and then, you know, neoclassicism, etc. But that, you know, this kind of wonderkind Raphael, when he dies, he's at the top of the pyramid of the art world. He's outdueled Michelangelo and Leonardo for the Pope's favor, and when he dies, it's like, oh, it's like, I don't know, well, who would you compare it to? It's like when Princess Diana died, or who would be another celebrity dying, like maybe James Dean, but James Dean didn't achieve maybe as much as, maybe a little bit like Michael Jackson, being kind of a figure that is, whose biography is definitely very clouded. I personally believe he probably did some very terrible things, but also achieved some incredible stuff. So when he dies, there's just like sort of like shock and mourning, like when Raphael dies, like, oh my goodness, this guy who, even if we believe some of the nasty things that were said about Raphael, wow, this is definitely a tragedy. So anyway, I don't know how I always tend to go way longer on these. I just find it so fascinating, all the histories of these artists. So I think it's about time that we move on. Okay. So once we've got our image on the canvas, our underdrawing, or image transfer, and then we've applied our ground, whether it be yellow or the kind of brick red color that Raphael probably painted on this, then often artists would do some sort of underpainting, and that underpainting and the Imprimatura for many artists is one step, and there's a lot of different interpretations as to what the underpainting can be. Right? Just remember that there's artists working all over the world, and everybody's got their own different way of doing things. The way that I sort of see the underpainting, especially for something like this, is maybe just refining some of the small details with a darker paint, so that as I start accumulating paint here, I'll be able to see where key features like eyes, nose, mouths, fingers are supposed to go, so they don't get lost. So maybe it's worth just doing a quick little check here, looking at the original and just seeing if we can see what Raphael himself did here. Now, Raphael is using a technique at this time that is, basically he's using Leonardo's technique, and Raphael was a big fan of Leonardo, and Leonardo's kind of one of his most famous techniques is called the sfumato, and the sfumato means this very gentle blending of colors so that they transition seamlessly from one to another, and you get these really soft renderings, particularly of bodies, from dark to light, and the transitions of colors and highlights and shadows. We don't see any brush strokes at all, right? And the counter to this would be like Vincent van Gogh, where we can see every brushstroke Van Gogh painted, right? There's no mystery there as to how Van Gogh painted his paintings. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. And some people would even call that like Van Gogh is being very honest and transparent, versus artists like the Renaissance painters, who everything is sort of, you know, it's a mystery. How on earth did this painting get made, right? That's how we get to, you know, people calling these artists geniuses, because it's just like, I have no idea how this thing is made, right? So, so that makes what I'm trying to do right now almost impossible, right? Just by looking at the surface, can I see how it was made, especially these early steps? Not really. It's pretty tricky. Like, this is why you would, like, people X-ray artworks to try to find some of these details. But we do know from unfinished paintings by people like Leonardo, if you heard what I was talking about earlier about Leonardo basically not finishing like 80% of things he started, we know from looking at some of Leonardo's unfinished works how Raphael probably executed this painting. So anyway, what I'm going to do here is we're going to mix like a darker color, maybe not a black. This got a paintbrush that is peeling apart here. Just don't want this showing up, flaking off into my paint. Okay, I think that's good enough. So what should we do as color back there? I think what I'm going to do is a kind of a cooler purple color. So I'm going to take my cool blue and cool red. The reason why I'm going for this kind of cooler blue, purpley color is that it's first of all it's dark, but it's also will serve as kind of a relatively nice contrast to flesh tones that we'll use later on over top of this. Because after all, the color I just mixed here was I took my cool red and my cool blue. And so that color is probably the mixture I made somewhere right around here. It's mostly blue dominant. And what's the opposite of this color on the color wheel is yellow, right? And since we're going to be using sort of these sort of warm brownish tones, which are going to kind of exist somewhere around here, these make kind of nice juxtapositions, right? And this is basically prefigures the color theory that the Impressionist painters used, where they basically just used opposing colors all the time. As opposed to using like black and white, they would use yellow and purple, red and blue, green or green and red, orange and blue. Sorry. Lolly says, but the real question is, who was Donatello? Well, is it next week or the week after we're doing a Donatello? Donatello is a sculptor, but we're going to do a painting of Donatello's David, probably Donatello's most famous artwork. So Leonardo and Raphael, and to a certain extent Michelangelo, Donatello was a pure sculptor. I think he did a few paintings, but almost entirely sculpture. Michelangelo, of course, did a little bit of both. But next, on Tuesday, we're doing Michelangelo, and then the next week after, we're doing Donatello. I can't remember the schedule. I haven't posted those videos up on YouTube here, but we'll find all about all. We'll find all out about. We'll find out about Donatello. That doesn't sound. We'll find out about Donatello, in within the next week. I'll tell the whole story. Donatello, though, was a previous generation, so that's, you know, it is an odd thing that Laird and Eastman, who created the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, chose Donatello, because if you were to say, like, who is the odd man out of those three Renaissance artists, Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Donatello, it would definitely be Donatello. Donatello was, you know, kind of the early Renaissance period. Okay, anyway, let's do a little bit of this painting here. Maybe let's zoom in. Is that in focus? I think that's better. Let's get my little heater going there. There was a snowfall warning for here in Vancouver, Canada, where I live, the other day. I was like, oh my goodness, well, you know, there's all these alerts and traffic advisories, and then it snowed, and I think the snow there was like a little bit of, you know, icing sugar on the sidewalks and street for about a couple of hours, and then it was gone. So for anybody who's from a bit of a colder climate, you know, like I'm originally from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. It's like, really? This is what the advisory was for? Oh, I shouldn't speak too soon, because probably by the, you know, at this very moment right now, there's some big blizzard happening outside, and I love how little baby Jesus here has got his legs crossed. He's kind of chilling out. It does, this depiction of the baby Jesus here really reminds me of my own daughter. know, they look like almost about the same age in this painting. Obviously, this is supposed to be the baby Jesus, but this doesn't look like a baby. This looks more like a toddler to me. So all of this is a bit of a pain to do. It's a little bit time consuming. I'm not going to go over all of it. But it's one of these things that I tend to appreciate later on. I'm like, oh my goodness, thank goodness I did this, because okay, I think that's probably good enough. Let's just do her feet down here. And again, like, even the way that Raphael painted her feet is just gorgeous. Like, you know, and feet are no easy feat. Remember, I warned everybody about the puns, so I mean, there was an explicit warning at the beginning of today's episode about dad jokes. Okay. So that's probably good. Good enough for right now. Kathy says, people in Vancouver don't know how to drive in snow. Snow and cars don't mix here. Yes. People panic. It's like they've never seen it before, which is, you know, it doesn't happen like maybe 2 or 3 times a year, maybe, but still. It's not like it never happens. But, you know, I find that, you know, when I used to live in Los Angeles, I always found, almost always in Los Angeles, on Halloween would be the first great rainstorm. And it was the same sort of thing, like, you'd think people had never seen a wet road before in their lives. That first rainstorm would just be chaos. People spinning out on the highway and accidents left and right. And you're like, do you guys remember, like, we had one of these 8 months ago? Like, does it, no one, how did you guys get your driver's licenses? What is going on here? Okay. Well, he says, I'm going to protest snow. There should be a snow ban. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that, Lolly. I'll see if you can, I'll support your protest. Okay. Everything's backwards here because my trackpad is on the other side here. In fact, I got 31% now. I think that's good enough for now. Just return some familiarity to this. Okay. Now that we've got our the underpainting done here, where we can see some of these little fingers and hands and things through subsequent layers of paint, let's work on the background. Let's put in the clouds, the sky that surrounds the Sistine Madonna and Child here. So let's look at the original and just think about how this was done. Now remember, here's the actual original painting, and in the area around, in the top half of the painting, we see all these little faces, all these souls of the people that are in heaven here, surrounding the Madonna and Pope Sixtus, or Saint Sixtus II, or he was Saint Sixtus, but originally Pope Sixtus II, and Saint Barbara here, and the angels at the bottom. But I've just photoshopped all that out just to simplify this artwork and make it, you know, it's already pretty complicated. So I think I'm just going to add more clouds like we see here on the bottom. I'm just going to maybe carry some of that up as we go. I mean, I could, like, basically what I've done here is this is all Photoshop on the left and right. And so it's, I mean, I could do it like that and sort of have it a bit of this diffuse kind of sky there, but I think I'm just going to add clouds in behind. Now, in an ideal world, I would paint these two paintings simultaneously. Again, these angels are technically on the bottom. How did I get this little spot of red? Oh, that looks like paint from just now. Okay. That's not good. Don't want to over scrub. That's why I should have varnished this. That's the danger of having previous paintings around when you're squeezing paint from the tube. So you squeeze this paint. Obviously got a little bit of paint on that painting, but that's okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Like, ideally, we would do these paintings at the same time so that we could have the sky match up here with the top half of this painting. Well, maybe I'll have to touch this up. There's a little bit of still that red there. Anyway. So I'm just trying to think about how I did this painting so that I can match them. Probably what I did was applied some cool blue and white with maybe even a little bit of matte medium here. So I've just applied some matte medium, which is a clear paint. I'm going to take some cool blue. In fact, you know, I'm going to take a bit more of that. I'm going to take some white and mix this in here. Going to make a bigger mixture because I do have a relatively large surface area. So the reason why I'm adding the matte medium here is it's going to make this paint a little bit more transparent so that a little bit of that yellow comes through. Because if I just paint the white and blue over top, it's going to obliterate that yellow. And you might say, well, there really isn't yellow in the sky, Michael, that sounds like it should be a good idea. And that's true. But I do want a little bit of it coming through. I want that bit of a glow of the sky, the sun, that warm, this kind of Kodachrome color to be kind of just emerging from underneath the blue sky to give it that kind of golden glow quality. So even there, you know, this is a little bit, could be even more transparent, but that's okay. I'm also painting right up to, and even just a tiny bit over top of my outlines here, so that I can get a kind of seamless like I don't want any gaps between my colors for this type of painting. I don't always do that. Right? If Matisse painted this painting, he would deliberately leave little gaps between the colors. Right? Raphael, that would be a big no-no. Because again, for this kind of painting, it's all about the illusion. It's about creating something that, you know, appears like as if it's like we're seeing a window into another world, like the walls of the gallery have fallen away and we're seeing, you know, the Virgin Mary floating on the other side. You know, this is the Renaissance version of like CG, of computer graphics, you know, like in Jurassic Park or something. The whole point is to make it believable, convincing that maybe this is actually happening. Maybe this isn't an illusion at all. Maybe we're really seeing I'm painting the edges of here blue, but again, I'm not worried about making it a super solid color. I don't mind if a bit of that yellow kind of pokes through. On the side of the painting. Okay. That's good. Just want to check here. Yeah, I think I'm on track. Good. So I'm just going to blow dry this. Patricio says, can you one day paint something by Botticelli? He's my favorite. And, well, I agree. Yeah. And Lolly says, I feel like Michael did a Botticelli before. A young man painting, I think. It's a young man holding a roundel. It's the only Botticelli in Canada. It's the National Gallery in Ottawa. A beautiful, and the reason also I chose it, not just because it's in a Canadian museum, but also I think it was sort of like the least complicated Botticelli I could find. Because so many of his other ones are just like mind-bogglingly difficult. But, you know, I would love to paint La Primavera. I mean, there's, yeah, or the Venus. There's so many great artworks. Those ones would be similar to this Raphael, where I'd basically just have to isolate, you know, one or maybe two people from an overall much larger composition. Because otherwise it would take me like 20 episodes to do, like, the birth of Venus. You know, the woman emerging from the clamshell. It's, again, a very well-known. Even if you've never heard of Botticelli, or you definitely recognize, like, that's a Botticelli. Okay. Last night I was hanging out with a friend, a musician, and he had a calendar of Impressionist works on the wall, and I took it off and I was flipping through it, and I'm like, oh my goodness, look at all these paintings by artists I've already covered, like Renoir. Man, I could just do a month of Renoir paintings. There's so many great ones. It's so hard to decide which paintings to do. That's what I spend most of my time doing these days, is like looking at artworks and agonizing over which ones to do, and there's only so much time in life. And but that's, you know, that's a good problem to have, is that there's so many beautiful things in the world, so many beautiful artworks, and these are just the ones that I think are my favorite, but they might not be the ones that everybody agrees on. So let's do our clouds next. So probably what I did here is, again, probably I'm gonna switch from my matte medium to this time using glazing fluid, and I like the satin glazing fluid. Take this white. I'm going to use this to try to start defining the clouds. So let's put these side by side on here. Again, I'm not going to spend too long trying to get these exact cloud shapes here. Now, you might, I'm probably, by the time I'm done this step, it's just going to look like I applied a bunch of white all over. Like, why didn't I just take a brush and just go over the whole thing? Well, that would make some sense if I was in a big hurry, and especially if I had painted this painting a couple times before. But really what I'm kind of doing right now is I'm allowing myself to kind of experiment, become a little more familiar with this material after not having used it recently. And so it gives me an opportunity to kind of just play around in this area and make tons of mistakes, and kind of intuitively build these cloud shapes. As I do it, I'm like, oh, well, you know what, this might look better here or there. So it's sort of like I'm practicing on the actual painting rather than like on another surface. Right, and yet no one will see all of this kind of practice stuff later. So, it's maybe not the most compelling thing on camera. And I'm sure if, Raphael was here, he could do this much faster with a lot more confidence and skip a few steps ahead. But I'm not Raphael. So as I said, I'm just making things up right now. Trying to think, like, what would be the best way to organize this space? I kind of want to have, you know, surrounding her head is kind of this kind of white glow. So I think I want to try to have some clouds around here to kind of give it almost like a little bit of an archway. I don't want things to be too symmetrical. Although this painting is very symmetrical, especially with those green curtains, which I've omitted in this one. So, and those curtains kind of go the opposite way. Maybe I should have done it the opposite direction, but I could still change my mind. How's that for my major cloud shapes? So probably I'm gonna do something down here, but let's blow dry all of this, and then we'll do another layer. And it's also nice to have some, you know, areas where we can see more sky kind of cutting through, in some areas where it's going to get a little bit darker. Okay. So let's do this again. Let's what was I gonna say? Let's do so I'm using this other brush here. It's just a regular other normal brush. It's a dry brush though, and I'm using it to soften and blend in these layers. So I'm trying to create a situation where the painting is asymmetrical, so it's not, you know, all of these lines all matching up nice and perfectly, but that they're not too unbalanced, which is kind of a tricky thing, right? Trying to make it a little more dynamic, but not too dynamic that it becomes distracting. Let's go this way. And also, I didn't even mention it, but one of the reasons why I started from the bottom and working my way up is if I make mistakes, I'd rather them to be towards the bottom of the painting than the top of the painting. Only because the top of the painting is where the faces are, and that's where people are going to spend a majority of their time looking at this painting. So if I'm going to experiment and maybe make some mistakes, I want it to be done down here by the feet where people's attention is there's going to be less of it. So I can build up my confidence down here, and as I get closer up to the top, I have a little bit more of a clue as to what I'm doing here, which is still not much. There's still not a lot going on in this cranium of mine. I also don't want it to just be like stairs. So if you got this here, I could do that, but what would be the opposite? You know, and if this appears to be kind of slow going, well, you know, it is. Like, this is the techniques that artists used 500 years ago. This was kind of the way it was done. Slow, methodical. You know, I mean, everything I've just done today would have taken place over the course of maybe a couple of, well, maybe not a month, maybe a couple days. Okay. You know, where this painting is going to challenge me doing something I've never really done before is to paint shadows on clouds. So that's a little trick there, because what we want to do is we don't want the sky there. We want to create the effect that these clouds are almost solid enough for her to kind of stand on, and yet be fluffy, and yet again they're solid enough that there can be shadows on them. Like, whew, okay. Not that that doesn't happen. Obviously, like, you can have shadows, like one set of clouds above another, and it's casting a shadow onto the clouds below. Okay. So I'm gonna blow dry this, and then I think I'm gonna paint some sky back into a few places here. Oh, there's Joel and Jahash in the chat there. Hello. Sir, it's good to see you. Hi, sir. You're looking fine. You're drawing too. Sir, I've completed 14 classes in your beginner session. Awesome. And there's another Joel. Two Joels. Hi, siree. Good to see you guys. Okay. So, let's do... So I'm just checking to see if my blending brush is starting to get a little bit dried up. It's still fine for now, but maybe in another 10 minutes or so it's going to get a little bit crunchy as the paint starts to dry on those tips. So what I'm going to do now is I want to get a little bit of some sky painted back in here. So let's take some of our cool yellow, and I'm going to take a little bit of, cool yellow, cool blue and warm blue, mix these guys together a little bit. And put some glazing fluid in here. This might be a bit opaque, a bit too dark. Well, we'll see. That's what the blending brush is for. We can always kind of soften that out. Okay, actually, no, this is perfect. So, you know, this is one of the things that's going to make this painting take longer, this whole episode, is because there's a little bit of back and forth here between some clouds and sky. Of kind of bringing the sky back, pushing it, you know, bring the sky back into view, and then pushing it back into the background again, and putting this more clouds over top of some of these areas, and back and forth, back and forth. This also allows me to kind of complicate things a little bit with the way that I painted the clouds, and just sort of I'll add even a few little areas inside of here where so it's not just like little puzzle pieces. There's going to be areas where it's going to be a little bit lighter within the middle of a cloud, right? So now I'm just looking for areas where I can just complicate things a little bit. You know, it's like in music, you just sort of, you might have a little bit of, you know, a little trumpet appear in the middle somewhere, kind of maybe contradicting some of the melody and giving it that little bit of complexity. Okay, I might have to blow dry this because as I painted that there, I kind of just peeled some of that paint away, so it's a good time just to, take a second here, blow dry it. Okay, let's do that, just a bit more of this again. An interesting thing to think about just as we're doing this is how, just think about how at the time these paintings are made, the vast majority of human beings on this planet are illiterate. The majority of people cannot read or write, right? Only a very small number of people can do that. So the purpose of visual art, at least in the West, but even arguably in the East as well, is to convey often very complex stories and ideas through imagery, recognizable imagery, like in this case illustrating biblical scenes or canonizing saints, etc. And what that means is, and so often paintings like this were often on display, like in this case, like in a monastery, for people to look at, over the head of the priest giving the sermon. So while you're sitting there in church in your pew, you look up and you see this painting behind the priest, and they might talk literally about the painting itself and explain a little bit of it. And so when they're talking, you can look up and be like, oh, that's what's going on. Interesting. It helps put like visuals to the story, right? You're literally illustrating the scene. And over the centuries, artists developed like very complex iconography to to help explain these kinds of things, so that and there's all these and becomes all these like hidden kind of meanings in things, to the point, like, so the reason I'm thinking about that is, as I'm painting these clouds here, like it wouldn't be totally out of the realm of possibility that by putting a darker cloud in one part of the painting could have unintended consequences. Like, you could paint this painting, just doing what I'm doing, like randomly. Oh, I just kind of like where this cloud intersects here, and that's great. And then you show it to the Pope, and you're like, look at this painting I made. I'm pretty happy how it turned out. It's just for you, sir. And like the biblical scholar who's maybe never really liked me and thought I was muscling in on his territory recoils in horror and is like, oh my goodness, it's the work of the devil. Look how you've got this dark cloud emerging from Jesus's elbow. Oh my goodness, that's the sign of the devil. We all know in, John 3:14, where he talks about how the snake tried to bite Adam's elbow or something, and the fact that you've got that cloud intersecting there is just, it's heresy. We should burn him at the stake for trying to sneak this into the papal palace. And everyone's like, yes, burn him, burn him. And so part of the role of an artist would also to be tuned into these kinds of things, both for your own level of self-preservation. And, I'm not kidding you. This kind of stuff happened all the time, right? When you're talking about culture that is, deeply religious, and the power of kings and queens depends on the authority of the church. Little slip-ups like that could mean the end of your life. No joke. So, as I'm just sitting here just randomly putting in clouds as I feel necessary and where I think they kind of look good. But, Raphael, I'm sure he knew the Bible pretty well, but I bet you there would be regular consultations with someone like, okay, what do you think about this? Is there anything I'm doing wrong here that could get me executed? Anything here at this stage? The clouds, or do we have the horned devil or anything going on in here that... And then there's lots of instances where artists would deliberately sneak little things in, so that they could have a little laugh amongst their friends and be like, listen, I put the cloud there with Jesus' elbow. Oh my goodness. No one's going to notice that for a couple centuries. And when they do, oh boy. Right? Very famous, kind of the examples that I think are amongst my favorite are the works of Caravaggio. Caravaggio is a late high Renaissance painter, kind of at the very end of this era. And if there's any artist who deserves a movie starring Tom Cruise or Ethan Hawke or whatever, it would be Caravaggio. There's a great biography called, it's by Peter Robb, called M, the Man Who Would Become Caravaggio. I think that's what it's called. I'll look it up here in a second. But it is really one of the great stories, probably one of the greatest art history stories of all time. Because Caravaggio was, he was a wild man. Like, he got into, he murdered somebody. He got into a knife fight and killed somebody, and spent really the remainder of his life on the run, hiding out in church basements, making murals, until the Knights Templar tracked him down, and then overnight he would just pack up his brushes and rush away and hide on a ship and go somewhere else, and then get off the boat and make a little painting there, and oh no, they're on my, they found out where I am, I'm on the run again. And then he's captured and escapes from jail, and captured and escapes, and eventually just washes ashore on some beach. No one knows what happened, but oh my goodness, I don't, I haven't, have we not done a Caravaggio? My goodness, I don't think I have. But he's another painter, like all these great Renaissance painters, that's, you know, poses a bit of a challenge for us, for sure. Okay. Let's just look at these two. One thing I did on this one is I put a little bit of a yellow wash or glaze over top to give it a little bit of that more yellowish quality, because this painting's been varnished, and often the paintings, especially older paintings like this, have a yellowish kind of quality to it, which is not, probably was not the way it originally looked. So that's why I feel like, well, they look very different. Well, I'll probably add that yellow towards the very end. Okay, I think that's good for this. I think I'm going to come back to the clouds now. But I need to blow dry this here, so let's... There's something going on in the chat that was getting a little bizarre, so try to clean that up a little bit. Okay. So now let's go back with some white and just, again, continue to refine this. I mean, I could just walk away with the clouds like this and be fine, but you know, when we're talking about trying to get something to the level of Raphael, we spending a little bit more time is desirable. You also see, like, you know, on my palette here, this is a relatively bluish white. I mean, compared to white, it's got, and I'm gonna do just a pure white eventually in a few small places. But it's not like a solid white, right? It's kind of a bit of a bluish white. In fact, I think I'm gonna go to a smaller blending brush now. I'm just gonna put this one to soak in the water for a few minutes before I try to clean the paint off. So I wanted to bring a little bit of cloud back here. I felt like this was just sloping too far off on the side, just kind of halting that progression a bit there. And then I don't want this maybe to be so transparent down here. Because otherwise it's, you know, it needs to be solid enough for her to, you know, appear to be kind of standing on. Obviously she's sort of floating in the air, but this, the way that Raphael's painted it, there's some solidity down here. So I might go over here a few more times, this whole area. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this, and then I might just do a couple more, and then we'll move on. Maybe I'm gonna just push things forward a little bit. I'm gonna take even more white. Raphael, I'm sure, would have probably done about 30 of these coats of paint, very slowly creeping up to white, but I'm gonna just speed the process along, which is gonna make this white way more opaque. And so I'm also not going to put it everywhere either. Kind of build up, again, just more density here. Excuse me. blow dry that. Now I'm going to go back to my blues here. Take a bit more warm blue. And I'm going to get a little bit more, just put a bit more glazing fluid. A bit darker in just a few areas. Another thing I guess I also didn't explain. What would be nice is if there's a little bit of these clouds kind of pointing in, up here towards the central area, so that it just sort of guides our eye to the center of the painting. That often can be kind of satisfying as well. So I think that might be good for now. I think the next thing I want to do, let me just clean these brushes, is so here's a blending brush. I probably should have cleaned that. It's a little crusty. I'm going to put a little bit of a yellow glow on the clouds, especially surrounding Madonna and Child here. Thank you, Lolly. So, now, I don't want to put yellow into this mixture that has blue, otherwise we're going to get green really quickly. I want to try to do that with just white and yellow. So, I'm going to use a bit of my warm yellow. Now, I know, obviously, again, we ideally want our warm colors to be in the foreground and cool colors to be in the background. But we're trying to fake out the look of aged varnish on a painting, on an older painting. So instead, we're going to take our white and we're going to put a little bit of warm yellow. I don't want to put too much in here. It's going to be probably very opaque, so let's just want this to start off very subtle, and then we can always, amp it up if we need to. But okay, let's look at side by side. You can see how yellow that is now that when we really look at it, like, wow, okay. So that's a little bit too subtle. So let's get a bit more yellow on here. That's better. Get a new brush for softening things out. That's probably almost imperceptible on camera, that yellow appearing on here at the moment. I mean, I can see it, but this first layer might be a little hard to see. That's okay, because I just want to have a little bit of subtle effects. And as I said, I'm going to amp it up here shortly. What I want to do at the moment is just sort of cast, like, this glow is not just from, or this yellow is not just from the varnish, but also from the Madonna glowing, right? Just this light emanating from them. So I'm also just using this as an opportunity to put a bit of that yellow kind of on some of the clouds around here, like that glow is catching a little bit of the, so not all the cloud, but just the parts that are kind of facing the two of them. And even on the blue as well, we can put that there. Okay, that's pretty good for first step. I did add more and more yellow as I was painting, so I just want to come back to some of these earlier parts that I was maybe a little more subtle with. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, so let's do that again. We'll take a little bit more paint here. A little bit more yellow. I mean, you can see I'm barely any color coming in here. It's very subtle. Let's just compare. Getting there. I think we need maybe at least one more coat of that yellow to approach the same sort of territory here. So let's blow dry that again. Okay. So let's get more glazing fluid, even more yellow. Let's just push this along a little bit faster. Okay, we haven't even started painting the figures. We just spent 2 hours on the clouds, so let's just... So again, Raphael would have done dozens of coats of this. I'm trying to get it done in 3 or 4. So now there's less white in here. There's still white in here, but it's mostly warm yellow. So when I go over top of that white, the white will act as a really nice ground for this yellow to pop off. The other thing that's kind of nice about having used this warm yellow Imprimatura is, you know, there's still areas that I can see some of that yellow coming through underneath the blue, which I did intentionally, right? That's why I used that matte medium at the beginning to make that blue kind of semi-transparent. And so what's kind of nice about that is that instead of that just yellow just appearing like, oh, that's a bit of a mistake, oops, he really goofed there, it kind of looks like, oh, there's that warm glow coming from everywhere. You know, it's not just emanating from the central figures, radiating outward from them, but it's in the sky, it's elsewhere. It's going to be in her clothes, in their skin. And again, I'm just putting these little touches of this into clouds that are kind of maybe a little further away, but facing us. Or facing her, or them. Sorry, I'm just looking at this, just looking at the kind of blues that I've got here. I do wonder about adding a little bit of a slightly purpley color into the clouds, just because I want these to be integrated some in just the slightest manner. After all, kind of, these guys are just these little figures at the very bottom below her feet there, right? So let's blow dry that. I'm going to do one last little bit with the yellow. I see I added a tiny bit of red in here. Okay, really start to feel that glowing effect happening, right? I know I keep saying, oh, just one more layer, then I'm going to move on. But it does have a really nice effect, right? It's now giving this kind of heavenly glow. And so you could see why, you know, artists like Raphael, Michelangelo, Leonardo would use techniques like this to it works, right? It's okay. Just before I do move on, let's just clean up that texture. I'm going to do a little bit of a white outline around her. And that's going to make it look like we have a white, hot glow, right? Because it's so intensely hot that actually as it gets closer to her, it actually starts turning white instead of yellow. I could have very carefully tried to blend yellow back and just leave that white, but my goodness, that would have been pretty difficult. So this is another way of doing it that's just a little bit more efficient. So is that yellow enough? Yeah, and maybe a little bit, maybe I went a little too far. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it, hey? What are you gonna do? Okay, let's blow dry this. Oh, I love how this is turning out. I'm so pumped. Okay. So now let's just do one final little bit of glaze. Let's take our glazing fluid here. So let's get a bunch of that on our brush. Let's take some white. So just pure white right out of the tube. Don't want much of it. I'm just using ever so small amount. Just getting a little bit more. Be really careful to overdo it though. There we go. might just do that one more time. I'm also just going to use this to come back in a few places in the clouds, since this is just nice pure white. Just get a few areas of solidity that mostly like clouds that are pointing away, or parts of the clouds that are pointing away from the figures. Okay, one more, and then we're gonna move on. And there's Barbara in the chat. Ari says, I'm detailing the Mars rover. Don't know what I'm painting, but it's going all right. Props to my fine brush that saves my life. Those fine brushes, little brushes are good friends for the last little bits of a painting, eh? That's definitely true. Oops. So now I'm just going to do one last little bit of this white around the outer edges. Just to give them that super intense white glow. Maybe. First, like, no, don't get any paint on me. Okay, so it's kind of maybe even hard to see what's actually happening here until the painting is done, and then I think it'll be way clearer. You know, I almost feel like I could have gone a little bit more yellow, even right around in here. But, you know, I'll save that for finishing touch, because it's so hard to tell with just this big, bright yellow shape in the center of this painting. It makes it really hard to judge how effective this is. Now I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. So, I know I said I was going to move on from the clouds, but I do want to put a bit of a shadow down by her feet here. So, and this is where you're really seeing the masterfulness of a great painter, is just how he's managed to kind of convey these two kind of opposing concepts of the lightness of clouds, and yet the density of clouds that this woman can stand on as she's floating through the sky. Whew. So, well, I guess we're gonna mix a black. Yeah, we'll just mix a black and then we'll glaze that underneath here. So let's to mix a black, we're gonna take our cool blue. Did get a bit of white in there. It's not such a problem, but anyway, we'll take our cool blue and cool yellow. Mix them together here. So we get this nice bright green. Still maybe a little bit on the bluish side, but that's okay for right now. And then we're going to oppose it with this warm red. And so that warm red is on the opposite side of the color wheel from that bright green. And because of that, it's going to cancel the green out, or we're sort of pulling the green right into the center of the painting. Now, at the moment, this looks a little bit on the brown side, so that tells me I probably put a bit too much red in there. It's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty close, but let's put a bit more blue. There we go. There we go. So that blue is helping to cancel out that brown. You can tell it's not a particularly scientific method. It all comes down to just experience being able to mix this kind of thing. And it, you know, a part of the frustrating thing is sometimes it goes a little bit brown, a little bit purple, a little bit green. And that can be frustrating, for sure. If you're just a beginner painter, obviously you could just use black right out of the tube. You don't need much of it. You're going to see I'm not going to use much of this paint. But it's also not such a bad thing to have a black that is kind of purplish or greenish or brownish. Honestly, I would prefer that over just a solid black that has no color, no life to it whatsoever, just a dead color. Right? Black and white are just such strong, dominant colors that you rarely want to have just that color all by itself on your painting, because it, as I always say, like if you think of a painting like a window, pure black is like a bug right on the window. It comes right up front. And so if you have any black somewhere, you want to think about it's got to be the closest thing to us, right? And if we add a little bit of color, it just pushes that black further back into space. Or if you think of the TV screen, black is like right on your television screen. And then anything we do to modify that black makes the color kind of come backwards. All right, so if we put black right down here by her feet and nowhere else, it's going to make the painting all of a sudden slope right up towards us. Or the black, like her feet feel like they're oddly close to us. Or maybe even the shadow is in front of her body in some way. And it's super subtle. It's one of those things that the vast majority of people never think about or notice. But they might be like, I don't like this painting. There's something, I don't know, it doesn't work. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I just feel like something's missing or something. So, because most people, they don't know necessarily, they can't put their finger on it. And, it's the same sort of thing with, like, music or food. You eat, I don't know, some fish at a restaurant, you're like, I have a very poorly developed taste palate, but I'll taste something like, I don't know, it's okay, not my favorite salmon burger or whatever, but, so that's the kind, it's those little things that you might not be able to put your finger on, but it's some, and so here, we can put our finger on it, right? We can kind of help, as artists, we want to be able to control that. Okay, so let's take a bit of this black. I'm going to mix it in with my glazing fluid. I don't need a lot, especially to start. I always say glazing fluid is the timid painter's best friend, because we can just start with a little bit, see how it goes, add more as needed. Come on. Why is it not focusing? Uh-oh. What's going on up here? Huh. don't... Why is the focusing not working? Let's turn this off. Ah, it's overheating. Okay, that's what I thought. So I just turned my fan on. Oops. There we go. So I've got heat on down below, and I guess the heat's been rising up, and got the camera all cranky here. Okay. There we go. Get back to work here. Okay. So I'm going to take my glazing fluid here, and let's just darken. I could do this later on. But it's certainly a little bit easier to do it right now before I have to worry about painting around all these different shapes. Let's see. Let's maybe do a little bit of this elsewhere. I need to back that out. It's too close for me to see. So starting off very subtle at first. And we can do this in the yellow as well, right? Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay. So by painting this now, it's going to make it easier. I don't have to worry so much about painting around the feet and kind of getting paint on her toes or anything like that. Speaking of you guys talking about putting makeup on and paint on your face and body, so there in the chat. So I just got to be careful about overdoing this. Especially when I'm kind of rushing around trying to move the painting further along. This is often where I get impatient and that might be enough there. I just want to do a little, like, bit more under here. Probably, well, maybe two more quick ones under here. And then we're... So I'm adding even more black into my glazing fluid. So you'll notice I'm trying to put mostly the darkest darks towards the very bottom of this painting. Although technically, the bottom of the painting, technically, that's the bottom of the painting. This technically goes right down here. So if I was painting the whole thing, I would reserve sort of a little bit of what I'm doing right now. I wouldn't paint it like I wouldn't put these blacks necessarily where I'm putting them right now. But you know, I always say, like, this painting has got to live on its own. After it's done, or at least I want it to. So I want to do a few things here to make this painting work all by itself. Without the, you know, it's missing basically four figures. The two saints flanking Jesus and Madonna, and it's missing the two putti, the angels, at the bottom. So okay, let's blow dry this, do one more layer of black, and then I promise you we'll move on. Okay. Okay, let's clean some of these up. A blow dry list. Barbara says, I'm not a big fan of those religious paintings, but this one is intriguing. Those green curtains and the infant as a mature face. For sure. Yeah, definitely. The history of Western art, really up until the Impressionist, mid-1800s, late 1800s, the majority of the paintings are, the vast majority, are biblical scenes, right? Featuring characters and stories from the Bible. Or if you go, there was also a movement of featuring stories from antiquity, from Greeks and Romans, etc. But, you know, especially during the Renaissance, this is a time of, you know, there's a kind of religious fervor and also, you know, interest in science and mathematics and all sorts of other things, philosophy, that in some ways contradicted some of the teachings of the Bible. So that was Botticelli. If we do another episode on Botticelli, he's a great example of someone who, some of his most, really all of his most famous paintings are sort of pagan images, right, of the birth of Venus, La Primavera, stories from Greek and Roman myth literature. And then he was sort of canceled by the religious authorities at the time and burned a lot of his work and started making Christian paintings in a you know, kind of a very tragic moment in art history, where you had one of the greatest artists alive at the time destroyed a lot of his work that he, when they're pointed out, were sort of not featuring Christian themes. And anyway, so well, he says, I feel like I've heard something before about Jesus paintings having a more mature faces. Sometimes that's true. I think there might have been some people who did that deliberately. I mean, one of the things you know, before photography, you had to paint what you saw. And try painting or drawing a child sitting still, like from life, without working from a photograph. Try painting a dog or a cat sitting still, or a horse. Like, those are not animals that, or people that want to sit still for very long. So it made the task of an artist very difficult, right? For thousands of years, like to paint or sculpt something that is constantly on the move, unless it's sleeping, is tricky. So I think part of what happened is you have a lot of artists that are trying to you know, pause time, you know, hundreds, thousands of years before photography. So that's why you don't see a lot of images of children up until the Renaissance. Like, during the Renaissance, there are artists who are using optical devices that you could have have someone pose in front of a camera obscura and then trace their image out, but they had to stay very still. So you could kind of do that with a kid. You'd have a mother holding the kid and be like, "Do not move or I'm gonna kill you," right? And then the artist would be frantically trying to draw him, like, oh, can you move him a little bit? It's like driving me crazy. So I think that's one reason, is you often see kids' faces look a little bit awkward. Sometimes they may even have had older children pose for an artist, and then that artist sort of tries to de-age them a little bit, right? Kind of using that same technology they're using, you know, in like the latest Indiana Jones, to make Harrison Ford look like, you know, he's like in his 80s now, I think. Make him look like he's 25 or something, right? It's tricky to do. Okay, so I've been promising I'd move on here for a little bit, so let's do that. Okay, we're almost 4 hours into the episode, and now we're gonna start painting the foreground. Foreground Pass number 1, which is, you know, I'm happy I spent so long on the clouds, because those are really important, right? Some people might think, oh, it's just all about the figures in the foreground, but without that important, like, structure around her and him, you know, it's just a couple people floating in an empty space. And by putting more attention to that background, it'll elevate the entire rest of the painting. Now, maybe it's worth just taking a second here and thinking about what where we want to begin here. Well, usually I paint the skin and then paint the clothes over top. I think we're going to do a little bit of both. Let's do the skin first, because there's a lot of the fabric and everything kind of overlaps on the skin. So let's not put that off any longer. Sometimes, you know, it's like, oh man, this is kind of the toughest part of the painting. Let's just save it to the end and hope somebody else takes care of it for us. It's like, yeah, you know what, let's just buckle up, let's jump in and let's do this. Let's not put it off any longer. So in order to do this, Just looking at where I want to start painting these colors. We're going to mix a skin tone. So this Caucasian, well, all skin is basically a brown, and depending on how light or dark the color is, you're just adding more or less blue. So these skin tones here are relatively light. So what we'll do is we'll take our warm yellow here. Let's mix a bigger batch. Take our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. That's going to make it go orange. And then we're going to take some warm blue and bring this in here. So we basically make an orange color, and then add blue to it, which turns it into a brown. And if we don't have any red in there, then obviously it's going to go green, so that red is important. Okay. Let's put... Actually, I'm just looking at her shawl. Maybe I can paint her shawl here with this color while I've got it on my brush. There's a little bit more yellow. Okay, let's zoom in so you can see what I'm doing here. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of glazing fluid just to make it a bit more transparent, or a bit more fluid-like. So I can get a cleaner line here. So by adding that glazing fluid into the paint, what it does is it makes it more fluid-like, and that fluid is more easily going to flow into the weave of the canvas versus that thicker, heavier body of paint just wants to sort of sit on the surface. It doesn't want to go into all the nooks and crannies. So that way you get a sharper outer line here. That's not exactly the right color, but if you've been watching long enough, you know that that's not my major concern at the moment. I'm not worried about getting the perfect color. Well, really at any time, but especially at this stage of the painting. I mean, it's nice to try to get close. I mean, I won't lie, it's nice if, I mean, if you get it right the first time, then fantastic, great. But if you don't, that's also okay. There's plenty of time to modify that color later. My goal for probably the next 45 minutes to an hour, well, yeah, is to try to fill in as much of this yellow as possible and just take that out of the equation. And that'll allow me to see these colors a little bit more clearly. And I suppose little baby Jesus' hair is kind of similar to this color, so. Should I wash that brush or not? Okay. Okay, so let's now take this brown here. And let's add white. Okay, things are starting to dry up. Oops. That's close. Not bad. Let's put a bit more white in there. A tiny bit more red. Okay, I think that's good. I'm not sure how close it appears on camera, but I think that's what I want. Oh, and I'm going to add a little bit of glazing fluid here. It's going to make, again, the paint a little bit more transparent and a little bit more fluid-like. I don't want to cover up all of my pencil lines and have to struggle to find the facial features. So you can see, again, why spending that extra little bit of time at the beginning of the painting to do my underpainting, to outline some of those lines on the hands and feet, etc., face, is helpful. All right, because if these were just pencil lines, it would be a little bit harder to see them underneath this paint. Okay. That's probably good. You know, I'm going to do, go over the whole body here, I think. Just get rid of all of this brown, or yellow, I mean, sorry. So let's take a bit of darker brown. In fact, let's mix a little bit darker even. Take a bit more black, or sorry, blue. Mix this in here, take a bit more red. Anywhere else with brown? I think that's okay. You know what, I'm gonna mix. I'm just gonna not even clean my brush. I'm just gonna take this, my warm blue and cool red, and make a purple. And since there's a little bit of that brown on there, it's just gonna make it a bit of a dirtier purple. Paint this purple onto her sleeve. Ah, I forgot her hand there. know what? Now I see that... Okay, let's put a bit more skin tone, actually. Under here. Okay, see what's going on. So underneath this kind of shawl here, we've got this kind of semi-transparent... Oh, maybe it wasn't supposed to be such a plunging neckline, but okay, well... Let's see, are we... Okay, let's wipe a little bit of that off, just to show that we're not trapped into anything. Let's just... Oops. Curtail that. Okay, now let's take our warm red. I'm just going to take it right out of the tube. My colors are getting a little bit dried and chunky a bit, so let's just add a little bit of glazing fluid just to kind of reactivate it. Now we could use water, you know, and people sometimes spritz their water with a little bit, or their acrylics with a little bit of water, and that can work. You can use a little spray bottle. But again, you don't want to introduce too much water into your acrylic paint, because it's going to make it, it's going to start to kind of break down the bonds of the paint and make it look a little grainy. It has this like granular kind of quality, especially less expensive acrylic paints. You know, maybe a little bit nicer acrylic paints like golden, you'll maybe see a little bit less of that, just because they're using really the best of the best materials. And that's why you're paying so much more for it. Okay. I'm going to paint this back over with this kind of shawl that goes across her neckline there. Well, he says, Michael, you should leave Mary yellow. Looks like she's glowing. I'm not even being silly. I love it. I could. That could be for another painting, though, or somebody else is welcome. You're welcome to paint that painting, Lolly. Sounds like a good idea. Okay, and then her clothes, or the blue. Now that's definitely an ultramarine blue. There is a little bit of cool blue in there too. So mix a bit of that together. Gets a cobalt blue, which would have been a little bit. In fact, actually, the more I look at it, the more I see cool blues in there. And then once again, I'm going to add my glazing fluid to this. And, this is a really bright blue. I'm going to add a little bit of white to it. And a little bit of black to it to turn it into slightly grayish blue, just to take a little bit of the intensity of that blue down. You can see even then it appears to be almost a little bit, still too much. Let's switch to a larger brush so that we don't get so many brush strokes in here. Okay. So let's blow dry that. I think I'm going to do a second layer of the blue even here at this moment. So I'm going to mix this paint's getting kind of stiff, eh? Okay, let's take a bit more of a warm blue, cool blue, and a bit of black. Just dull that color a bit. So obviously I've lost all of my pencil lines underneath here. Had I spent a little more time and done some underpainting for her dress here, her skirt or whatever this is, I might have been able to preserve a bit of it. It would still probably have gotten mostly covered up. One thing though is I might be able to see some lines, some texture under here, which would have helped, but it's okay. This means I might have to use my imagination a little bit more to get to render this part of the painting. There's nothing wrong with some good old-fashioned imagination. Okay, so now again, much brighter in every aspect here than the original. Doesn't mean it has to stay that way, but you know, at this stage, that's what it looks like. Thing is, it's freezing in Glasgow tonight. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I thought summer was here in Vancouver. People you start seeing walking around in shorts and flip-flops. Now, I thought that was crazy, but you know, there's always a few nuts out there who are like, summer's here! I'm wearing my shorts, I'm gonna go jog and t-shirt, tank top. I'm like, just pump the brakes there, buddy. It's February. Like, I know you're excited, but that looks cold. And then, you know, people talking about gardening and everything, and then, boom, one last little cold snap there to remind you of what winter was like. Well, he says, I love how Mary looks like she's shining, and that's why it's worth spending so much time on those clouds. Looks great. Thank you, Lolly. And Barbara says, suddenly that pale yellow aura is visible. I didn't notice that beforehand. Yeah, right? So that's the thing, is and that comes with, like, experience, is like, because it's you know, it's a little bit like playing chess, of which I love playing chess, but I'm terrible at it. But you know, great chess players are thinking like 3, 5, 10 steps ahead of where they're at right now, and then, you know, depending on what move made, it's like, okay, well then let's switch to these 10 steps forward. And same thing with painting, as like you get more experience with painting, you can start to kind of anticipate, okay, it doesn't look right now, but I've had enough experience to know that if I do this, there's a likelihood it'll probably work out as we go. So kind of adding that little bit of a glow earlier. And as I said, I may even go back and add a little bit more yellow around here, right? Just to amplify that. But I didn't know at the moment, I didn't want to go too far, because if I went too far, then I might have to scale it back later, and that would be a problem. So it's like, okay, well, let's just stop work at this stage. Let's let the figures catch up. And then once we see them side by side, it'll be much easier to diagnose what the next step should be. And so, probably would make sense to go back to the faces and skin and all that stuff, I think. As I think about that, I'm just processing, you know, where, you know, fingers and feet are, thinking about, okay, if I do that, like, I want to make my life as easy as possible. That's basically what I'm trying to think of. It's like, okay, so if I do the faces and hands, is there any places where fabric is going to kind of cross over or under that I have to worry about? So, like, an area of a little bit of concern would be Jesus's foot here, because it's in front, but I got all of this blue to do, and there is an argument to be made that I might want to finish this and then put the foot over top of that fabric. That way I have more control over that area, and I can be a little bit looser there. In fact, yeah, I really wanted to tackle that, but once I start painting the skin tones, I'd probably want to just get as much of that done. So I'm going to go back to this blue and tackle that, and then I'll come back to the skin tone. I thought I was going to go there, but that was an area that I was a little bit worried about painting over that. So yeah, let's do her dress. Now, as I said, I've lost most of my pencil lines. So I'm going to mix a darker version of this color. Let's take a lot of, well, yeah, let's take a bunch of this black. Mix it in here. Let's take a bunch of blue, so it's not just black. A bit more cool blue. Okay, so there are a few small areas where I can see some of these folds, and so it makes sense to kind of go in and paint what I can see. So where is this knee? Can we use other areas in the painting to help? So I look at this top part of her skirt there, come across, and then I go down. You know what? I can't quite figure that out because I need to articulate this. So let's do... We'll work our way to it. Let's see, can we do that again? If we think of this fold here, that's her leg. Coming up here. You know, so if I was traveling back in time, I'd say, you know what, make a little mark around here where that knee goes. I think it's somewhere. Well, you know what, I can always take my outline. Kind of where I figured it would be, somewhere about here. I'm adding a little more glazing fluid to this paint here. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that, and I'm gonna darken some more, and then we'll lighten it up, and we'll come back and forth, over and over again. Okay. Some very transparent paints. I'm just trying to get some that's got a little bit higher opacity to get some of those darker areas in again. So when we get down to to really darkening this. We'll get almost to a black. Oops. Inside some of these folds. Now I have brightened this painting up a little bit just to make it easier for us to see all this stuff in the shadows. Because otherwise it would just be like, well, I don't know what I'm looking at here. It's just a big blue blob. But, you know, when we lighten it up, you can be like, oh, wow, there's a lot of detail in there. It's not just a big black blob of darkness. There's all sorts of shadows and folds and things going on. Okay, let's do this. Boo Boo Tube says, thank you for posting these videos. You may not know how much helpful they are for people who love drawing. From Ethiopia. Awesome! That's so cool. Awesome. Thank you so much for saying so. That really makes me... That's just totally made my day there. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's amazing that there's people from around the world watching those drawing videos and learning something from that. That is so cool. I never would have imagined when I began this 4 years ago. There'd be people from Ethiopia watching. That's so neat. Thank you for saying so. Wow. Okay. I want to do just a little bit more. I want to go... maybe we'll do one more step further here with black. I'm gonna sneeze. Oops, so I just took this black. I'm gonna mix it in here. So it's not a totally pure black. It's got a little bit of the same color I've been just using. So we're kind of just moving in little steps. In fact, that might be a bit of a leap from the last one. Just going to use some glazing fluid to mix into that black, so that I don't go too far, and if I do make a mistake, I can always wipe it or blend it out. In fact, let's just get a soft brush to blend Okay. I mean, it's not totally done, but I think probably good enough that I can move on and do the feet and such. Yeah. Well, he's having some problems. It's stopping and starting. I did get a warning a little while ago that something had happened. But that's it. So there could be a little bit of problem on my side, but I think it's gone away. Technology, I mean, it's a miracle this works at all, I think. Barbara says, thanks, Michael, for sharing your amazing talent with us. It's a pleasure to watch you creating another wonderful painting. Awesome. Thank you, Barbara. That's so sweet. Okay, I'm just gonna... Okay. Let's see. I'm going to split this into another. Okay, so now that we've got the figure roughly painted, and we even did a little bit of extra work on the blue of her dress, her skirt here, let's go back to the rest of the figure. Let's start painting some of the different areas of light and shadow on the skin. So, let's take a quick look. The original here. Put them side by side. To see how the progress is coming along. So, maybe just a moment here to look at this. I think I'll probably do my darker values next. That will help prevent me from getting lost, missing facial features. And the darker value, you can see, like, here as was typical during the Renaissance, you might even have people paint this in black and white and then glaze color over top of it. So we don't have quite the complex color that we might see in later paintings, like during the 1800s or so. Which would be a lot more blues and things in the skin. Not to say that we can't put any in there, but he's mostly just using like light and dark as opposed to like contrasting colors in the skin. I think I might add a little bit of blue in here nonetheless. In fact, I may even take this color that I just made for the blue skirt here. I might apply that into my skin tone. I probably have to mix all new paints here, I suspect. Oops, that's not camera. So let's get... well, this is all dry, so let's mix it again. So warm yellow, warm red. Maybe that was a bit too much warm red. Let's mix it in here. Let's just do it. Doesn't have to be perfect, Michael. Need some more white. Well, actually, that's not so bad. I was going to say, like, this color is a little bit more on the reddish side for skin tone. I could put a little bit more yellow in there, but that's actually not... Looks like he's using a bit more of a warmer color for the highlights. So let's darken this, get a little bit of a, it's like purpley quality. So just took that dark color here from the skirt, mixing it in here. That's probably pretty good, like especially this. I'm gonna have to add glazing fluid here just to lighten it up so it's not so intense. Clean that brush while I go. I always like, it only takes an extra couple seconds just to clean that brush so it's not just sitting on the table slowly drying, which ruins the brush. And it means that when I do want to use this brush again, it's nice and clean and ready to go. It's slowly drying there, so eventually I can even use it as a dry brush if I want to. I just noticed that I just mention it just because when I teach in person, I notice the vast majority of students might have 5 or 6 paint brushes laid out in front of them, all covered with paint. And then when and they're thinking like, oh, because I'm going to use that blue in a few minutes. A few minutes turns into 15 minutes, 20 minutes, because you probably know how time flies when we're painting, as it is right here, right? So when you have, often you, and so then when you eventually do pick that paintbrush up and you try to use it, it's kind of gummy and sticky, and the paint, the bristles aren't soft anymore. They're kind of stiffened, and then people get frustrated because the paint isn't, they have less control over the paint. Well, it's not a surprise, right? It's because that paint is half dried on there, right? So if you clean that brush up, then you can go back in, and there's more likelihood that the paint on the palette is going to stay a little bit more wet than the paint on your brush, because it's usually in a bigger clump here. And then when you're ready to use it, you can dip into that paint. Okay. So let's find the shadow shapes in here. So what Raphael's doing here is kind of contouring the figure, which is going to accentuate the contrast between that light of the clouds, the white of the clouds, and really amplify that quality. And that's going to make the figure pop from the background just a little bit. And he's doing this, it's like outlining. It's the Renaissance version of an outline. It's not a solid dark black line. It's just shading the outer edge. So it's going to be kind of difficult doing all these details in here. There's only so much I can do. I know there's people who are miniature painters and who are excellent at that. But that takes a level of skill and patience that I lack, so... Okay. Oh, this arm here, I think. Okay, let's go down to the feet. In fact, let's just darken these all down. Okay. Let's, I'm going to take the same color. I'm just going to take a bit more, make it slightly more opaque. Ah, sorry. Not on camera. It's the same brown I just used. It's not blending very well, so I need to add a little more glazing fluid to it just to... Oh, that was not on camera. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect. Not on camera. Okay. Now, what should I do? I'm going to use a little bit of glaze with a tiny bit of warm red. Like super transparent layer here. In fact, I should blow dry all this first. Okay, so I'm just add a little bit of warmth into their faces. Remember, ears always need to get a bit of red on there. That really helps the ear. This is great. It really starts giving some warmth, some life, blood back into these figures. Are starting to kind of look a little bit, waxy. Awesome. Okay, good. Keep on moving. Let's, I'm gonna do a time. Okay, got hour and a half. I gotta be done. So, anywhere. Blow dry that. I'll take a bit of my cool blue. Get some glazing fluid on that. I'll just put a few little hints of this in a few places. Because, our blood is both red and blue, and some of that kind of colder blue that's under the skin, you don't want to overdo it, but really make a person look very lifelike. If you put too much on, it makes somebody look dead, like a corpse. You get a little bit in there, and it looks like the blood underneath the skin. It obviously also has the effect of darkening things because it combines with that red to create a bit of a shadow. It's always fascinating to me when I'd use glazing fluid, how you can kind of go into certain areas and paint around a little bit, and it just seems to barely make a difference. It's so subtle. And then you paint the exact same color, you know, in a different area, and it all of a sudden just goes like, woof. It really changes things just because of the way it combines with the previous layer of paint. And so this color in some places looks kind of blue, but in the darker areas it almost looks like a gray. Again, I'm not sure how much of that's showing up on camera, but let's what do I need to do here? What is the urgent matters? Okay, I think I'm now gonna go to basically black. In fact, I don't even need to clean this. I'm going to go back to this black that I mixed with my blue. It's almost even a bit of a gray. I'll mix it in with this blue here. Okay, not even on camera. So I just took a little bit of my black, or this dark blue that I had used for the dress, and then I'm mixing it in with some cool blue off to the side there. And I keep forgetting, I should blow dry it. I want to get the painting done, but don't want to skip that blow drying, because otherwise you can run into some problems where you start scraping paint off. So I'm going to do one layer of darker, of basically black towards the end. Interesting, I'm just noticing that she's sort of looking off to the bottom right of the painting, isn't she? And I don't think there's anything... Well, maybe she might be looking at Barbara a little bit. Saint Barbara, who I've omitted from this painting, but is certainly there in the original. And so I wonder what that's about. Is she sort of looking down at Barbara, thinking about, oh my goodness, that woman was a martyr. She was executed, beheaded, because of her belief in Christianity. So maybe is she thinking while she's holding Jesus? Obviously, kind of doesn't make sense because Jesus is, preceded Barbara by hundreds of years, but she's like, oh, something bad might happen to this little baby of mine. Maybe there's a little bit of foreshadowing going on here. Let's blow dry that. Okay, now do I want to do any highlights on here? Already pretty bright. Maybe I should just do a couple little areas of slightly lighter values on the face, knee, and stuff. some of this is still awake. Just taking my lighter color, my skin tone, adding more white to it. A little bit of extra glazing fluid on there. Might show up. We'll see how bright this is. So this is, it actually looks way more visible on camera, at least on my side of things, than it does in person. In person, it's almost imperceptible what's going on here. And so I got to be careful not to overdo it, otherwise the figures are going to start to look a little bit pasty. I'm going to do anything on there. Just going to hit this with the blow dryer and do a little bit more. Like, it's funny on camera, it almost looks like she's got like suntan lotion on her nose there. Well, let's blow dry that real quick. And all my small brushes, it kind of seems like I shredded them somehow. Not doing well. Oh, there's one. It's broken. Okay, that's why. You know, here's a fun brush. Look at this. It's kind of bent like that. That's how it came. It comes deliberately like that, so that you can kind of paint above without kind of, you know, having to hold your paintbrush straight on. So I haven't used this one in a long time. So let's mix up. You know, I think I'll still use this, my same dark color that I used for the shadows on the fabric. This isn't even my darkest black. I could go darker. So, a little bit of what I'm doing right here is definitely would get me kicked out of the academy. If it's still, well, they still exist, but they have much less sway than they did back in the day, but kind of outlining like this is kind of a big no-no. Said to count the toes. It's kind of okay. So, how are we doing here? Well, he says, don't forget your England and Scotland fan club too, Michael. Me and Singer are running the UK department of the Markowsky Institute overseas. That's great. Okay, gotta stay hydrated. I have 1 hour maximum to finish, which shouldn't be a problem, but so I had maybe a few hairs from the sleeve of my shirt here stuck to some slightly wet glaze and made a little thing there, but let's do another title card here. Now we're getting pretty close. I just really need to work on some fabric, maybe some highlights in the eyes, maybe some extra highlights or shadows on the clouds. We'll have to see. But I think like the hardest parts of this painting are done. And so that's good. Then I can spend my time rushing, if I need to rush, on parts of the painting that are kind of, you know, things that maybe people aren't going to look at quite so closely. They're still really important, but the vast majority of people will probably overlook a little bit. So, in fact, let's take a look at these side by side and just think about what we want to do. Obviously, everything on my painting looks much brighter because I spent all this time kind of defining the clouds, which again, as you recall, there's two other figures on the right and left that I've deleted, right? And there's the curtains above, and all the little faces in the sky, and the putti, the little angels, which I did a whole separate episode where we painted them, right? So we're just focusing on the figure here. So that brightness in the background, you know, it's pretty intense. Like, I gotta say, as I'm looking at it now, it kind of reminds me a little bit of The Simpsons. You know, like the introduction, The Simpsons, and the clouds part. And instead we have Madonna and Child, which is kind of perverse, right? But I mean, I guess probably next I'm gonna do this shawl here. These things, that makes sense. The red, while we're doing her. Oh, maybe actually, let me see. Hold on a second. We'll do this kind of gold-colored shawl. Then we'll do the reds, and then we'll cover it with this semi-transparent fabric. We've got the knee to do here, but little highlights on some of that blue too. Okay, so for the shadows on this shawl, I'm going to take my warm yellow, black, I'm running low, So that has a slightly greenish quality. I'm going to add just a tiny bit of red here to try to combat that greenish quality. Okay, let's blow dry that, and I think I might just quickly just go right into black here. So this is actually not solid black. This is still a much darker form of this kind of gold color. Next, I'm going to blow dry this. And let's paint her kind of shawl here, this semi-transparent thing. So that is, I mean, it's not too far off that gold color, actually. I think it's got a bit more white in it. So let's take some of this color. Let's add white to it. Now, generous with the glazing fluid, because we want this to be transparent. We don't want to just put a white streak of fabric across her chest here. We want to be able to see things underneath. Well, let's see. This might be too opaque. Paintbrush is wet. Okay. I'm gonna blow dry that. Let's do that again. This time we'll try to think I need to blow dry that. Just... Take this same color, use my smallest brush here. I kind of like the texture that I've created here. It kind of works. Okay. Wow, that's very red. Okay. Ah, there's Paula. Hi, Paula. Good to see you in the chat there. Paula, otherwise known as Ace. Okay, let's blow dry that, and then I'm gonna paint black. Let's mix a new black. We'll take our cool blue. Well, it's cool yellow. This is getting pretty dried up. Let's see. This might make it a more purpley black. Let's get any more of this red. Probably put too much red in there. There wasn't enough, and now there's too much. There wasn't enough, and now there's too much red in the black. Of course it wasn't on screen the whole time. What's the point of an overhead camera if you're not going to use it? Okay, there. Okay, black, glazing fluid. Let's do this. There's Lisa in the chat. Hi, Lisa. Oh, and there's Jean says the neck shawl is amazing. Thank you. And Senga says, nice job indeed, Michael. It's nearly midnight here now. I have enjoyed once again watching you paint. Well, have a good night, Senga. Thanks for keeping me company for the past 5 hours. That's 6 hours. Almost 7. I appreciate it. That's awesome. What a trooper. So all this drapery, it does look pretty complex. And it is definitely, artists do this kind of stuff to show off. But once you know how to do it, it's actually relatively easy. And so it's sort of like artists might do this kind of thing, and I'm like to make a painting maybe look more complex than it is. Not to say that the painting's not complex as it is, but you know, it's like a chef putting a little garnish on the plate, you know, going that extra little mile, and it just sort of puts things over the top. Because there's nothing like you know, this, I think this is an amazing painting, that's why we're painting it. But it's not as if like there's, you know, elements to this painting that are extremely unique. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. You know, like this goes back to the criticisms that Michelangelo and Leonardo had and others of Raphael. Is, you know, they probably saw through a little bit of this fabric and are like, you know what, you know, I mean, it's pretty conventional. He's not really pushing the boundaries too much, and he's throwing in all this gorgeous drapery to kind of, you know, maybe hoodwink a few people that aren't so savvy. I mean, I'm not saying that's necessarily true. I'm just saying that that's, you know, I'm sure that's going on in the back of the mind of a few of his detractors, right? Okay, I'm gonna blow dry all of this. Back up to the top. Probably should look at the original here, shouldn't I? Why am I not even on camera? You know what? Let's. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. We're almost done. There's just a few little things I want to do here before I wrap up, including some highlights in the eyes. I want to do a little bit on that transparent piece of fabric over her neck here. Maybe a highlight on the blue of her dress, and that's it. So let's get the original. Let's just take a look side by side. Oops. So I want to paint this here. What color? Let's just make a quick purple. Take our warm blue, cool red. Let's make purple up here real quick. We painted this here before, but in fact, maybe just to speed things up, let's just take a little bit of white, mix this in the purple here. Let's blow dry that real quick. take our black. Okay, I want to do a light dusting of black glazing fluid. So let's take our brush, which has got a little bit of black on it as it is. Okay, I'm sure there's something I'm not darkening that I should, but I think that's probably good enough there with the black. Okay, let's do that one. Okay, I think that's good. I want to just bring this down here. Ah, got white on there. Darn it. I gotta wash that brush. I'm trying to emphasize the direction of that leg. Okay, and let's zoom in on these eyes. It's going to take a tiny bit of pure white paint. Okay, where should the highlights be? Let's give just a little bit of redness on her lips. Okay, I'm out of time. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm out of time. So... we have arrived at the end of the painting here. I could still paint for another couple of hours, but I gotta run. So let's take a look at these paintings side by side. And quickly, just before we do, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell if you appreciated what you saw. It does a huge, it's super helpful for someone on YouTube like myself. Because the more people that like, the more people that end up seeing the whole algorithm thing, you know, this whole story, right? So if you did that, because as I said, there were 4,000 people that watched these videos, over 40,000 people that watched these videos over the past week, and only 400 people subscribed, which is not bad. Not bad. I'm not complaining. But it would, you know, if 800 or 1,000 people subscribed, that would be huge, right? So let's also just remind you, if you want to leave a donation to support the channel, you could use PayPal. There's a link below. PayPal's great because it only takes a very small percentage of what you donate. YouTube Super Chat's great, but they take like 50, 60, or I think 40% of whatever you donate, which is a ridiculously high amount. And then in e-transfer, they take, I think, the fewest. So that's also a great option. And my email is on the Facebook group and on my website. Those links are down below. I encourage you to join the Facebook group. Take a photograph of whatever you've created. Upload it to the Facebook group so we can celebrate your artwork. Okay. So there's the original. And then there's my version. Let's just bring it back out a little bit. Obviously, there's many, many, many differences here. The colors in mine are amped up like 60%, right? All of this blue back there is significantly brighter and also cooler than his. You can see he's got a lot more grayish, warm blues throughout the background. And you know, her dress here is much warmer blue. I think he was probably just limited in terms of the pigments he had available to him, so he did the best he could, which is not bad. Mine looks a little more cartoonish. As I said, those clouds kind of have a Simpsons, you know, the beginning of the Simpsons where the clouds part, the Simpsons. And so it reveals her the clouds part there, which is kind of funny. I could have even amped up the glow effect here. I could have gone even more, and I said I didn't know at the time when I was painting it, and I kind of erred on the side of caution. And if I had another hour, I would go back in here with some warm yellow and increase that glow all the way out, right? So, but you don't know until you get a lot more of the painting done. Let's zoom in here into a few places. We'll start down. Let's just go right to the bottom there. So again, you know, there's a lot of little differences with like the clouds, and there's, you know, I've done some wild photoshopping to this painting to begin with. This little weird thing, if you're wondering what happened to that, well, that's, you know, in the original painting, I didn't even realize at the time, but that's part of Saint Sixtus's papal gown here, and so that's, it was a fragment I forgot to Photoshop out, so I just removed it in my painting there. The clouds I'm pretty happy with. You know, I spent a while on that, and honestly, I feel like I probably should have spent another hour on there. But, you know, it's sometimes you have to make some tough choices when you're making a painting as to what to include and what not to include. In terms of, the feet and everything, I think that turned out okay. It maybe could have even gotten a little bit darker down there, but that's okay. Some of these folds I probably could have had a little bit, few more layers in between, but that's okay. The fabric here is pretty good. I think you know, again, I could have lightened this highlight up even more and made that even more dramatic. You know, I probably should have, but I just ran out of time there. And obviously I had to omit a bunch of those folds, again, for the sake of time. There's just only so much you can do in, what, 7 hours? Or I guess 6, I painting for about 6 hours here. So, you know, not too bad. Then when it comes to the baby Jesus and Mary, or Madonna, yeah, I mean, kind of looks a little bit cartoony. There's certainly lacking facial features, but just remember, you know, that's the size of my thumb here. So, you know, probably, you know, it turned out about as well as I could have hoped at this scale. You know, Raphael's original painting, just as a point of reference, is much larger. It's almost, well, it's actually probably about a human scale, right? So basically, Mary's head is about the size of my entire canvas. So he's able to get a lot more detail there. I really also wanted to draw some detailing on this transparent piece of fabric there, like he's got here, but I just ran out of time for that as well. Oh, and her bracelet. I mean, the more I look at it, the more things I wanted to do. I was even really lazy with, with his hair and her hair, but it is what it is. It's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. So there we go. Another finished painting. Very different. It's no Raphael, but that's okay. Okay, everyone, have a wonderful evening or morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Thank you so much for watching, for painting along. Remember, any artwork you make, no matter how good it actually is in your own mind, you're doing the world a favor. You're adding more beauty into this world, and boy, oh boy, do we need more beauty at this particular moment in human history. So thank you for doing your part to make our world just a little bit brighter and more beautiful. We'll see you guys, I think maybe next Tuesday. I'm going to be doing a bunch of paintings next Tuesday, because my daughter's out of town, so it gives me a little bit of extra time. So thank you so much. We'll see you guys then. Until we meet again, happy trails to you. Until we meet again.